Smart.
Hello and welcome to Movie Phone.
That was good, dude. You're on the stream.
Hey, what?
You're on the stream, brother.
You're streaming?
I am streaming right now.
I don't know if you want to be streaming. I was just on the phone with Chris, as you called.
Why is that?
We're trying to figure out the wedding stuff and everything.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, we looked at it and we are at like the perfect amount of people without having to break out a whole nother table.
Excellent.
So, you know, it's
perfect. That's fine. Excellent.
Nothing against his girl or whatever.
No, dude. It's totally cool. We were just talking about that. You just said what you said. It's totally cool. It's all good, man. No worries.
Yeah, I mean, like I gave it a shot, but
no, it's all, dude. It's neither here nor there, man. It's all good, man. It's all good.
Yeah.
So, anyways, I texted Kayla like an hour and a half ago. I was able to book a room at the Fairfield using my points.
Right.
So that frees up another room on the group block.
Really?
So that's out of the way. If it reduces costs or anything, you know, it's all good. Yeah, I booked my own room with points. I'm not using the group block. It's all good, man.
Nice.
Yep.
Nice.
And then I wanted to talk about the sconce stuff.
Well,
it's pretty easy for me to wire up LED lighting and shit.
Right, well, that's where I was wondering how much room do I need to leave for, like, what I need to hide in the fixture, you know?
Well, it's not about that so much as hiding the wiring itself. Unless you just wanted to do something simple where you use, like, little, like, 2032 watch batteries and have individual, batteries which would last for, the length of the ceremony, I'm sure.
Oh, no, I wasn't going to make them for the wedding.
Oh.
I was just, like, because I had those pieces of glass, I was thinking about, like, essentially taking, a wood block and then, like a triangle wood block and have the wire around the glass holding it off the wood block.
Right.
With the wire, like, and then that gives it enough room to put a little light behind it or something, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to you, man. Whatever you want to do, I can make it happen. It's a pretty simple job.
Right, and I was just thinking it because, like, well, a sconce is like a light that I haven't made yet. But,
well, there's a couple ways you can do it. A sconce lighting, you could either have it come from below, shining above. You can have it coming from behind. You can have it coming from above, going to below. It can be coming from the front. I mean, it's any arrangement you wish to have it.
That's kind of what I'm seeing, is that it would like sit behind the glass and sort of point down at the ground, even though you'd still be able to see the light. It would have more of a, you'd be able to see it like behind, you know what I mean?
No, I think I get what you're saying. So what we could do, you could have the LED light at the top of the triangle pointing down, but at a certain angle to where the LED light will shine light through the glass, but at the same time, because of the angle of it, it will also shine light down below it and illuminate the wall and down to the ground as well.
Right, and what I'm imagining is like when I was doing electric work, there'd be a box behind it that I'd be mounting it to. Okay. So there would be 2 screws on the surface of the block that mount to a regular, you know, either an octagon box or a, what they call a 1900 box.
I don't know any of those terms.
Right, well, it's
I'm just
basically they have a screw pattern, a hole pattern that is consistent.
Right.
So if you were putting these boxes up in a rough-in for, you know, building a hallway or something. Say somebody had a hallway, they knock all the walls out, they put the boxes up where they want them, then they sheetrock around the boxes with all the wires to the box, and then we make our thing so it ties directly into 120.
Okay, to pre-installed, yeah. Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I can visualize this. Yes.
Right. So I'm just getting an idea of making, you know, some nice, cool-looking blocks, painting them, drilling them, and having them set up so that they could be installed like wherever, whenever, you know.
So an all-in-one contained module.
Yeah, then somebody could buy 3 of them, or they could buy 15 of them, you know what I mean?
Right.
And I'd already have the 15 of them made just because it wouldn't be too hard to do them all the same time, you know?
Well, I thought these are for the community center decorations.
What's that?
I thought this was for the decorations at the community center or the
No. This was like for me thinking about making lighting for, you know, an entrepreneur lighting, you know, making.
I'm sorry, I'm all off base here.
No, it's okay. Like it's the stuff for the wedding. I'm pretty much done with. All I got to do is a gesso a canvas.
Okay.
And I have to finish the centerpieces, but the hardest part of that is done completely, you know. So all I really got to do is just finish them, and that's easy.
Cool.
And that's it. I mean, there's really not a whole lot I got to do for the wedding except maybe work on my vows. You know.
And I was wondering too, what kind of wedding is it going to be? It's going to be Christian, Wiccan. What's the
technically? I think we're getting the Quaker marriage license thing.
Quaker, okay.
Well, that's just so that you can like basically say, "Ha, we're married."
It's the simplest.
Yeah.
Okay.
So even if the guy who was going to marry us didn't show up, we could still do it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's just a piece of paper anyway, you know.
Right.
But yeah, I'm calling this an ArtStream because I tried to get Squints to be here and do it, you know, like what I'm doing when it's other people. I'm calling it the Bub Life Podcast. And we've already done 2 of them, so I want to do a third. Like, I did one with Ali, and that one was pretty good. And I did another one with this guy, Keith, and it was pretty good, too. But not as good as the first one. I just want to continue to, like... I want to have guests over while I do this stuff, you know what I mean? Instead of me just standing here hoping somebody's watching the video, you know what I mean? I can.
Yeah, it's more impactful and more involved,
yeah,
more dynamic.
If somebody else is here, I don't care if somebody's watching. It's just me and that person interacting, or you know, a group of people even. But Yeah.
But what happens with that scenario is that it's not about you, like, like entertaining to the streaming masses. It's you interacting with people around you instead. That becomes more of like a realistic, vibe, like a more down to earth, real deal situation. It's a pretty cool idea.
Well, you're a part of it right now because you're leaning right up against the microphone on speaker.
Fantastic, man.
So you're.
I'm glad that my iPhone has shitty microphone. People always bitch about the sound quality, so I'm glad that you can hear me well.
Well, I hope that I don't know what it sounds like on the stream. I'm sure I sound all right, but nobody's in the chat telling me like that we sound like shit.
Excellent, man.
It says I've been live for 18 minutes.
So while we're streaming, I realize it's the art stream, but I want to posit a conspiracy theory.
Yes.
The latest developments with Iran, I believe, are tied to the explosion at the refinery in Philadelphia
really
this
think
morning
so?
at 4 a.m. The reason is because 27% of the United States oil refining capacity is done at that plant in Southwest Philadelphia.
What refining?
27%. That's over 1/4% of oil refining capacity is done in Philadelphia at that particular plant. Okay.
Yeah.
That plant has always been Philadelphia. As a matter of fact, has always been number 5 on the nuclear missile attack list from the old USSR days and shit because of the oil refining capacity that it does for the United States.
Well, it's a port city, and it used to be the capital, so it's right in the middle of the metropolis. If they nuked freaking Washington and New York, yeah, Philly would be the next target on the East Coast.
I mean, DC isn't even really a concern because, there's bunkers and there's backup plans for, government and all that horse shit. But when it comes down to brass balls of, like, refining capacities and, like, actual sustainability of, like, a country's economy and, like, wartime as well, oil is a huge fucking factor in this. So I think, man, and I don't know.
Says hi in the chat, dude.
I wouldn't be surprised if what happened this morning in Philly at 4 a.m. was an attack by Iran.
Well, there are all these, like, weird power outages and all this stuff going on. What I heard was that it was a vat of butane that exploded.
Well, I mean, that's okay.
Because, that's where they refine all kinds of shit there. And,
yes.
Now, did the Iranians hack the place to blow up the butane vat? I mean,
it's absolutely possible. Let me tell you, man. From a flip side of things, there's a certain company that I know of that was hacked. A certain company that I know very well. I'm not going to say it because you're streaming, but you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I have an idea.
Several years ago, there was a worm that infiltrated the Iranian.
Wasn't that Stuxnet or something?
Correct. The control systems by this specific company that Iran was using to refine uranium was hacked. Malware was planted within these systems. There's a vulnerability with this company's software. So, long story short, Paul, absolutely, cyber warfare is going on. Something else I want to point out to you is the recent airline disruptions that have occurred over the past several years, and they cover it up and they claim that it's, there's a computer glitch, this and that, the other. That's bullshit. We're under constant cyber attack from multiple nations.
From China and Russia especially.
Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, God knows who else.
Yeah, really.
I mean, it's a constant, dude, it's horrifying what is happening with cyber warfare right now. What's kind of cool is that Trump signed into an executive order, like right after he got into office practically, ramping up our cybersecurity defense measures. I think that's pretty cool.
Probably pretty smart.
And now Trump didn't say this, but the New York Times stated that the U.S. has infiltrated Russian power grid with malware, and we have multiple malware backdoors around the Russian power grid now. I'm like, yes! About time we fought back against these fucking sneaky bastards.
Well, I heard that the Chinese have like 10,000 people in their cyber warfare division.
Oh yeah, they have a massive cyber division. It's craziness. A lot of the ransomware attacks and like a lot of the hack attacks have occurred in the past several years. They're seeing traces of Chinese code, because if you go through the code, you'll see Chinese Mandarin. You'll see the Mandarin language in there. It's like, well, gee, I wonder where this came from.
Yeah.
And North Korea utilizes that because North Korea and China are buddies. You know.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's interesting times, man. And I really pray that our country is prepared for this insanity.
Well,
I mean, we're the ones that invented the internet, for fuck's sake.
if
So,
the power went out, right, for 3 months, it would be total chaos in this country, man.
correct.
There would be literally like gangs and like Mad Max shit by the end, and it'd be crazy, dude.
It would be absolute insanity, man. It would be terrible. It would be absolutely terrible, man.
Yeah.
Now, something that's interesting about the power grid of the United States, at least a few years ago, the power grid of the United States is such a hodgepodge of mismatched systems, like different proprietary systems that have to interface with each other. Because of our complex hodgepodge infrastructure, it actually makes it more difficult to take down the entire power grid of the country. So it's just by default of things not being so well connected, interfacing so well, we're actually protected to a degree. Now, it's not to say that, for Christ's sakes, if somebody takes down the Northeast power grid, okay, well, that's pretty major, man. I mean, even if Northeast power grid is not connected to the Southeast or to like the Midwest or the West Coast, I mean, the Northeast part of this country is like the economic powerhouse of the fucking country, man. If that shit goes down for even like a day, not only the actual chaos in the streets you speak of, but the economic repercussions are unfathomable, man. It's horrifying. I mean, business would not happen. I mean, Wall Street would be shut down. Everything would be fucked. It'd be a complete insanity, dude. I'd like to bring up another note about all this madness. Germany, several years ago, was actually considering the Bundestag, or whatever the hell it's called, the government of Germany was saying that they were considering going back to typewriters and paper for all like necessary, functioning of the government and infrastructure.
Hey man, if there's some big solar flare or some shit, yeah, we're all fucking done.
But it won't burn up a piece of paper,
I mean, it might, but who knows? We don't know. We don't know what's going on in the world, man. Like, we want to know, and that's what makes us a little different. We're at least curious. We'll check out alternative news sources. We won't just go with the mainstream media. We'll at least be like, what's plausible? Like, is this possible? Even if it doesn't seem likely, is it possible? We'll think like that. While other people just are like, no, about everything. They poo-poo everything.
There's something really interesting about the Iran situation that's happening right now is, I was thinking about this earlier when I was driving home from work. I'm like, why did Trump pull out of the Iran, nuclear disarmament deal that Obama had created? And I think about this. It's oil price manipulation.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Because the U.S. is now a top producer of oil again because of fracking and shit. And we're self-sufficient now with oil and natural gas. We're producing it. We're selling to the world. And I'm thinking, let's see. If we pull out the Iran agreement and we start fucking with them, they're an oil supplier, huh? It's just driving up fucking oil prices so that the fucking rich motherfuckers that are trading oil futures can make more fucking money.
It's the stock market, yeah.
No, it's not just the stock market, man. It's futures, man. Because I recently signed up for this TradeStation futures trading stuff, which
right.
I don't have enough capital right now. I have not put enough capital into it because just to trade one share, if you will, at $56 a barrel costs like $2,800 of capital margin. I'm like, Jesus Christ, I'm not willing to take that kind of chance right now. But anyways, my point is that I'm learning all of this shit, man, and I'm seeing what's happening crude oil has skyrocketed, man, over the past few days because of this Iran bullshit. And it's, dude, oil futures will keep rising and rising and rising. If I had an oil futures fucking contract right now, I'd be making like $100 a day, like, watching it climb up. Dude, it's all this shit is the rich getting richer, man. And
absolutely.
And you know what's really fucked up is what we're doing to Iran is actually pretty terrible. They're like hitting like a 40% unemployment rate because of what's happening, because of the sanctions we're imposing on them because of backing out of the nuclear deal. What Iran is doing, blowing up that drone and shit, it's all they can do. They have no other choice. Like, they'd have to do something to counteract our bullshit. I'm not trying to defend Iran at all, but I'm just saying, if you look at both sides of the coin and imagine, put yourself in their position, you're like,
Dude, they're completely surrounded in the Middle East. I
mean, they have no other choice, man. And you know what's really fucking sad, dude, is I've met people from Iran. Dude, a lot of people, dude, they do not like their government there, man. They don't. And dude, the Iranian people are like the nicest, most welcoming people in the world, man. And dude, they have no problem with us Americans. They have a problem with our government. I mean, a problem with their government. And when it really comes down to it, what it always seems to come down to, Paul, is that, you know, everybody actually likes each other, but it's our governments that separates us.
Well, they put us against each other so they can enrich themselves.
They can make more money.
Yeah.
They can make more money, exactly.
They can enrich themselves and not give a fuck about all us plebes, you know?
Right, what do they care? You know, shit. I mean, think any of these world leaders are going to worry about their, you know,
well, just to get back on the Iran thing for a second, everything that I'm hearing is if we're not into war by fall with them, that'll be very surprising.
Honestly, I don't think it's going to come down to that.
No?
I hope it does not. What does concern me, though, maybe, is that India just sent 2 warships there. Did you read about this?
India and Pakistan?
India just sent 2 warships to the Straits of Oman, or whatever it's called, where Iran basically controls the shipments of oil going through, the tankers going through there. I'm like, this is interesting, and I read this in like briefly, like thinking through. I'm sorry, go ahead.
The Strait of Vermouth or something?
Vermouth, if only.
Yep.
Yes, whatever that strait is, and it's sad that I can't remember this name because now I sound like an unintelligible moron. But however, the strait that is controlled, and by the way, it's a major shipping lane for all of the oil coming out of the Middle East. But Iran is like right there and like controls a lot of it. And because of the recent attack on the Japanese tankers, India has sent 2 warships there to defend the straits. And we've sent other shit there too. The United States just sent 1,500 more military personnel to the region. So we're seeing a little buildup of multinational military in the area. It's like, we're 3 on the horizon, perhaps? Maybe. I don't know. I hope not. I just see this as a lot of posturing, a lot of bullshit going back and forth. And it's just basically negotiations going on.
Well, this is like typical like, of the current president, is that he always does this blustery shit.
Right.
And then it justifies what he actually does in the end.
Right. He's like playing it like it's a negotiation.
Well, he preps the people's minds for his end result. He's in the MyHop category, make it happen on purpose.
He knows how to manipulate the masses for business purposes.
He's making it happen on purpose. He's putting all this shit out there, so if he does want to go to war with Iran, he can.
Right. Now it's already been set up. Oh. Did you see that shit where I woke up at like 4:30 this morning because I just couldn't sleep right. I woke up and I always check the news right as soon as I wake up. It's probably unhealthy to do that, but I see Trump was about to strike Iran, but pulled back at the last minute.
Right, and that's all, like I'm saying, like that's posturing, that's puffing up his chest. He's puffing up his chest on the world stage. He realizes that there's other people in the world besides Americans, so he has to justify his war as a president, you know?
Right. Now, I don't know if you read about this, but apparently back in the 80s, there was a situation with Iran, and apparently we destroyed like half their naval fleet, and several oil platforms of theirs.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. You should look into that. I didn't read up too much on it, but yeah, back in the 80s.
Well, we put in the Shaw, dude. We put in the current people that are in power.
I know, and that's why they hate us so much.
They know, dude. They know that they'd be getting done like Gaddafi, getting fucking bayonets in the ass in the street and everything, man. They know. They don't want that, so they keep their population very religious, you know what I mean? But this is where I'm saying, like, in China, I know it's switching subjects, but for example, in China, they have what they call the Great Firewall. So that the people in that country cannot see the internet that we see, man. You know what I mean? They don't have access to the internet like we do.
I've heard about this, but there are several routes to the dark web that are happening. So it's not completely shut down like you were saying.
No, I mean, with the internet, there's always a way around it, but I'll tell you what, if I was in China, I wouldn't want to be going on no dark web. They'd be disappearing it.
There's multiple ways to get online. For example, satellite service could not be blocked by Chinese government.
Right.
I mean, there's multiple vectors to get online. So, I mean, the Chinese people know what's going on to a degree. An oppressive regime. I mean, honestly, man, you know, I've met a couple people from China that I work with, and I haven't really delved too much into political stuff because I'm afraid to.
Yeah, because you'll start hearing some shit like, oh shit.
And you can tell they're nervous as well because this one guy, Troy, he's really fucking cool, man. He's a physicist, dude. He's really fucking cool. I went to clubs in Vegas and shit, like partying, and he's really, really nice guy. And I never wanted to bring up like anything about politics. I've always asked, "Well, are you from China, man?" Like, I want to check out Shanghai, dude. It sounds pretty cool, you know. I kept it really light in the conversation. But
Yeah,
you know,
my
once
boss
again,
had
man,
some
it
guy
comes
from
down
China.
to what it comes down to is the governments, man. Our governments, all of our governments, in our country you're from, our governments are making all these decisions for us. Aren't the people supposed to be the government, not rich assholes in power? And that's what it is. China is a massive oligarchy. I mean, but I'm also seeing the United States is pretty much that as well at this point. I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah. We're an oligarchy. We've been an oligarchy for a minute now.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, like, I would say we've been an oligarchy since, like, I would say before that, right before the oil crisis in the 70s.
Yeah.
Is right when people were like, oh shit, the more money wins, essentially, and then the 80s happened.
Isn't that right before that happened? Didn't Nixon take us off the gold standard? Was that him?
Yeah, there you go. Federal Reserve, yep.
Something that actually makes sense.
Yeah, well, there's still people that advocate for the money being backed by actual wealth, which could be gold or silver but
whatever.
The Fed has publicly declared that gold is not money. When
but historically, you know what's funny is today, the price of gold is skyrocketing today.
That's right. People see all this shit with Iran. They're trying to hedge their bets, dude.
God damn it! I wish I had enough capital to fucking invest in fucking crude oil futures right now. I've been making a lot of money.
Well,
it's fucked up to say, but I realize the fucked up system we live in, man. And I've learned how to be a fucking capitalist. I hate to say it. I mean, it's the fucking system you live in. It sucks ass. But I realize for my own security, I have to fucking become a capitalist. I had to. I had no choice. I gotta find every venue I can and fucking make money, man.
That's it.
Not to say that I don't invest in like positive things. Like right now, honestly, I don't hold any oil futures or anything like that. I am invested in Pattern Energy Group. They're a alternative fuel, like solar panel technology. Their stock has actually risen really high over the past year. It's pretty cool.
Good.
So I try to invest in like positive things for humanity. Other things though, I mean, like I recently started researching PIO ETF. It's a water ETF because I realized that we are running out of fresh water on this planet. So I'm like, well, I should invest in this because the ETF that I'm talking about hosts a multitude of companies that are researching water purification, how to make more water available, fresh water available for humanity. And I realized that as water runs out because of climate change and also because of pollution and also the exponential growth of the human population, I'm like, I should invest in this PIO ETF that's going to make me money down the line. For good, for better, or for worse, I'm doing it.
Well, I mean, you gotta look at your future. You gotta understand that you never know what's gonna really happen. So
Exactly, man, and that's the thought that I have, dude. I mean, let's take a look back at the 2008 financial crisis, the Great Recession. I mean, Jesus Christ, I fear that every fucking day, man. That's why I'm so obsessed with investing now, paying off my house. I'm like repairing fucking vintage reel-to-reels, and I'm buying, tapes and reselling online and shit. I'm doing all this shit I can to make as much money as I can right now, like some paranoid lunatic. Partly because I have no social life. Yes, I admit that's fine. But because I don't want to be in a situation like 10 years, 20 years from now where like I'm fucking broke and like the world's fucking going into chaos and the bank calls in the loan to pay off the house. Like, well, I can't afford to pay it off. Like, what the fuck? I want to pay off all my fucking debts, man. Right now, I have $255,000 of debt around my neck.
200.
So, $255,000 worth of debt hanging around my neck because of this house. And I am working my balls off to pay this off as quickly as fucking possible so I don't have that debt anymore. And it's self-preservation, it's security, man. I'm fighting for my own future survival. I mean, what the fuck? Can you blame me?
Nobody can blame you for that, man.
And that's capitalism, dude. I mean, it's like fucking is what it is, man. Oh, God help us all, man. I don't know, dude. The world's pretty fucking crazy right now, and it seems to be getting crazier by the day. And the internet has a lot to do with that. It's so complex, man. But at the same time, it's so simple because it's all based upon human greed. Because I've always been under the belief, the realization, the reason why communism never worked and socialism, human beings by nature are selfish, greedy animals. That's it. In the ideal world, we'd all work together as one and, for the greater good of humanity, but it doesn't work that way because we're still greedy, selfish animals. If we evolved someday, like some alien species that evolved, like, oh, we work for the greater good of humanity, yes, communism is a great idea. But for now, it's not going to work. And that's what really concerns me about the hard-leaning left of the Democratic Party, man.
Well, they're increasingly more. See, this is when I was a kid. Like, I would have loved how far left, it is.
Right. We all did. When we're younger, man. When we're young, we have these ideals that everybody can work together. But then as you get older, you start to realize how it's all a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
That there's something that a coworker at dinner one time told me. He's like 40 years old, like our age. He's like, and we're talking to this lady. She's like 55 from Canada, and we're talking about politics just between ourselves while waiting for the table and for other coworkers to get there. And Mark, this guy's name's Mark. He's like, when I was young in my 20s, I was really idealistic, and I was like, very socially liberal, I'm like, fiscally liberal, blah, blah. He's like, but then I had a family, and I realized, hey, wait a minute, I got to take care of my own family. The government taking away my money to give money to other people? Wait a second, that doesn't work for me. I got to take care of me and my family. I'm like, holy shit. That makes so much sense. And she doesn't really have that family, and she's like, well, I'm standing by my social liberalism. Like, well, you're from Canada, so you guys can afford that. And speaking of Canada, they do not have to maintain the defense budget, for example, like we do, because guess what? We protect them.
That's right. Same thing with
so they have the option to be liberal.
Same thing with Mexico, man.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty interesting how Trump got those guys at the table. Like, hey.
Yeah,
Oh my
I mean,
God.
the main thing
Whoa.
is that you never know what's going to happen with that clown.
Trump was a fucking lunatic, man. And at the end of the
that
day,
you know.
what he's doing to fight against China is great, but at the same time, as a human being, he's a piece of shit.
Oh yeah.
And you know, it's terrible. Like it's like how, you can't win either way. But that's human species. That's our human condition. I mean, what do you want? A good economy or take care of everybody else? Because if you think about it from this regard, so let's look at these collapsing socialist governments that are happening in Central and South America. And these people are like in violent, horrible situations. They just want to take care of their families and live a peaceful, happy life, right? But they can't anymore because their governments have collapsed. So now they're racing towards America, the shining beacon of hope for humanity on the hill. They're fucking moving north. And you can't blame them for it. I do the same fucking thing.
You know,
I
it's
would do
funny,
the same
the
thing.
Venezuelan
But
stock market is going great.
And I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about if I had a family that was from one of these collapsing socialist countries in South America, I'd be doing the same thing with my family. I'd get away from the violence, the inflation, the insanity, and I'd fucking get my ass to America as soon as possible.
I was going to say, the reason why their stock market's doing so great is because of inflation.
But I'm not talking about the stock market. By the same token, what I'm saying is, if things are collapsing in your country and you're surrounded by violence and insanity, and you can't feed your family, you're going to go somewhere where you can, and you're going to move forward. The same thing has happened in the Middle East with the Arab Spring movement that happened.
Yeah.
With us toppling several governments, we created that problem over there too. And Europe isn't dealing with the same situation. You see all the European countries that are building actual walls, barriers, and shit, preventing immigrants coming in. It's fucking insane. I do the same thing. But here's the other side of the coin, is that, and this is a very Republican thought in a sense, that, okay, so you couldn't take care of yourself in your own country and your government collapsed. You support your government collapsed, so why should we take care of you when we need to take care of our own people in our own country, when you have massive homelessness in LA, for example? Now, a lot of people like to posit that the homeless situation going to LA is a lot of like Mexican immigrants. It's not. It's United States citizens moving out there. It's fucked up, man.
Did you hear they're going to deport millions of people?
Yeah, Trump tweeted that, yes.
I mean, like, they're talking about illegal immigrants that are in public housing are going to get nabbed up and sent home.
Yeah, see, this is where it crosses the line. I mean, here's the thing, man. Now, if you're an illegal immigrant, you are not paying taxes, okay?
That's right.
And you're also soaking off the social welfare system. So, if that's the case, why has no one put in place a plan to naturalize the current illegal immigrants and make them tax-paying citizens? What is the problem here? It's fucking racism, man. It's protectionism, and it's horseshit. And it's all bullshit, dude.
I would call it more like economic warfare than racism.
Well, they're one and the same in many regards. But what I'm asking is, why isn't anybody trying to put in place a plan to naturalize current illegals and make them taxpayers? What the fuck?
Yeah.
And then they would pay it their own way. So where is the disconnect here? What the fuck is the problem? See, there's more going on than we fucking are allowed to see, man. And I know a lot of it comes down to cheap labor. Because if you're an illegal and you're a business, small business especially, it's cheaper to have an illegal come in because they're disposable fucking labor. And, you know, nobody wants to tackle this. Democrats or Republicans, nobody wants to fucking tackle the situation because it loses money and loses votes on both sides for both parties. It's all bullshit. It's all fucking horseshit, man.
Well, that's bureaucracy in a nutshell right there.
Yes.
That's it. That's the country we live in. It's devolved into that. Money rules everything, you know what I'm saying? And money worship keeps everybody in line.
Correct.
Because money...
But once again, That's capitalism, and we're greedy, selfish animals.
Well, no, that's what
so
I'm
guess
saying.
what works
Is
best?
quantitative easing capitalism? I don't think so anymore. You know what I'm saying? You know, we bitch about Chinese economy being a speculative economy. Well, so is ours, and has been. We speculate all the time. That's what you were just talking about, the futures and all that shit. We can't stop it now. We're like an addict. You know what I mean? We're not going to stop the behavior. You there?
That's why it's really funny that China is like supposed to be a communist country. It's really not. It's a controlled capitalism.
Dude, we have like 100-year plan here. They have like 1,000-year plan there.
Yeah.
So we're up against that, and people don't think that we're up against that. But you look at everything. Everything's in decline here in America. The political system, the infrastructure, the
housing,
education system. It's all in decline. If you're going to be honest. Now, okay, violent crime is down, and certain other weird statistics like what is it? When kids die when they're born and shit, there's less of that here, and is it modern medicine? But everybody's in debt. Most people don't have enough money to last a month.
Pay a $400 medical bill.
Or last a month if they got canned. You know what I mean? They don't got that. And
correct.
Not saying I even got that. I'm just saying that it's definitely trouble. We're in trouble.
Yes, we are, man.
And anybody wants to say, oh, we're not in trouble, well, then you're not being honest either, because you think that we're not in trouble. And probably because of people talk about white privilege. How about just straight off, like, financial privilege is really what we're talking about. It's not whether somebody's white or black. It's how much money they have.
Well, it's capitalism, man.
You know what I mean?
Free market capitalism.
If you're Wesley Snipes and you don't want to pay taxes, and you got millions of dollars, well, the government's got a problem with you, right? But there's so many white people that do the very same thing, and the government's got a problem with them too.
You know, there's a lot of white people that fucking soak off the social welfare system too.
Oh yeah,
I'll give you an example. My ex-girlfriend Michelle, that schizophrenic, bipolar, whatever the hell she is.
She's something.
She comes from old Pittsburgh oil money, trust fund money. Yet her mom, living off those funds, and shit, right, has Michelle signed up for food stamps and shit. Yeah. I've been in a supermarket with Michelle and she's paying with food stamps. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, your family has millions of dollars in a trust fund of old Pittsburgh oil Quaker money, and you're using food stamps? I'm like, wait a minute. So my fucking tax dollars are paying for you, even though your family has fucking money? This is something else that has come up recently, man. It's really interesting. You should Google this. In Minnesota recently, a retired millionaire, okay, in Minnesota, noticed that he was eligible for food stamps. So he applied for it, just to prove a point, and he got approved. Google it. He is now working with local senator and shit to enact a law. Here's the reason why this exists. Because food stamps are based upon current income, not based upon your wealth.
Right.
So let's say you have $1 million in the bank.
It doesn't
you're not
matter.
working.
You got no income. That's fine.
Qualify for food stamps.
Yeah.
Social welfare. Yes. Look that shit up, dude. It's fucking crazy,
well, that's
man.
To make it equal. If the government doesn't provide equal access under the law, the government itself can be sued.
Yeah.
And that's the part people don't understand, that the government is being sued by these corporations and shit all the time, so the corporations can have their way. So instead of dealing with that, the corporations end up just making lobbyists, right, to do all their dirty work so that they don't have to do it in the legal system.
Now, did you see about this, Cruz and fucking Ocasio?
Yeah, they want to team up on some shit.
And fight lobbyists. Yeah, so when when you leave government, you can't become a lobbyist. That's pretty cool, man. That's an actual bipartisan like concept.
I mean, it'd be great, but you're trying to ask the jail keepers to go to jail.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The jail keepers are not going to be like, yeah, I think I'll try out the jail thing. No, they're going to stay the keepers.
Oh my god, man.
What is it? When the Fox
can you send me the streaming link so I can send it to Chris? He keeps texting me.
Yeah, give me a sec. Well, actually,
or just text Chris.
Hold on a sec. Let me see here. Takes a second. Keeps bringing me back to your call. Gone. Okay. I'm gonna send it to you, but I gotta go to the internet. I saw a parody Chick-fil-A account, and they asked if you would feel safe if a gay person made your sandwich. Now I can't deny that that's fucking wrong, but it is also funny. I mean, like, I don't have a problem with, obviously, but you know.
No, dude. Humor is what unites us all, man. It saves us all from our own bullshit differences. Comedy is what unites humanity, man. A true comedian points out the nonsense. It breaks it down to commonalities.
You know, I'm not trying to punch down, you know what I'm saying? But, like,
right.
But when I see another parody account, like, should I be, you know, should I be upset that they made this parody account and stuff? Like, no, I can't do it.
Free speech, man, free speech.
Well, all right, so what I'm saying about, see, this is where now I'm starting to become more left again. You know what I mean? And I can feel it. Like, free speech, I just sent you the link too. Free speech is like, it's a great concept, but it's not being extended into the digital world of the 21st century. It's just, it's not even being equated. Like, this is the way I look at it. When electricity was made, humanity had a big fucking, like, awakening, you know?
Right.
And then the printing press was made. Or no, excuse me, the printing press, then electricity, and now the internet. You get what I'm saying? These things are all on, like, of course electricity is the biggest thing, but after that, it made all the other things so much easier and accessible, even to the average person. You know what I mean? They started making newspapers, so people, you know, they read this stuff as if it's the authority, right? And they're not thinking for themselves. They're just repeating what they've been told in their media sources. And with the internet, it's no different. It's no different. It's probably less accurate, you know? Because you got so many, the most opinionated people on any given subject, whether it's vaccinations or fucking taxes or whatever the subject is, the most vocal people are on the internet going ham every day because they don't have a job. They just are pissed off about this one subject and somebody's sitting there supporting them, you know?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I sent you the link there.
Let me see if, hold on a second.
See if you can hear yourself. But you'd have to ramble on about some shit.
Hang on, man.
Yep, hanging. I'm making art, so that's what this purpose of this stream is. I'm making art tonight because I've been wanting to stream, and I do want.
Chris just sent me a text that said the CIA blew up the South Philly plant over coca.
Did you hear about the drug bust here in Philly?
Oh yeah, there was at the port. Yeah, I read about
$1 billion, dude.
Mm-hmm.
B with a B, billion. And
yep.
And you know whose headquarters is in Philly for his re-election? Biden. Right? So my conspiracy theory, even though it's completely unfounded, is that Biden's tied in with the Jersey and New York and Philly mob, just like Trump is, but they're in different sections of it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that makes sense because the Democrats have always supported the unions, and unions are backed by the mob, so it makes sense.
And so now that money was stolen out of his pocket, essentially. You know what I'm saying? And then this is one of the biggest busts ever in Philly. It's second biggest, I think, bust of substances ever.
Good times, man.
Dude,
Good times.
$1 billion is a lot of money, man. I think I remember it was something like 10 full pallets of actual $100 bills.
It's $1 million.
Okay, so $1 million you can put in a suitcase and carry around. You can do that. That's not a problem, right? $1 million. But you go up into the 100 and, you know, Jesus, dude. That's a lot of money.
Or if you have Bitcoin.
If you got Bitcoin, your blockchain is shiny.
The Bitcoin's up to like 9,800 now.
I know. Keeps going up again.
I'm up $300.
That's
Let's
good,
see if
dude.
it keeps going.
Well, this is where I'm saying, what do you think about the Fuckerberg coin?
Oh, the Libra?
Fuckerberg's coin is going to take over the world as a new standard of currency.
I don't know about that.
No, I'm just saying, give it 10 years.
But honestly, man, what I see happening, it's just my opinion, is you're going to have multiple token technologies like that are going to be. It's kind of like break things down into like individual economic sectors, and the U.S. dollar is always going to be the standard, at least for now, until the yuan comes in. It's just a joke, but I think it's going to break things down into you know, it's just like credits. Like, well, I'm trying to think of an example of something you buy, like. It's like going to a fucking arcade and you have to buy their tokens or their tickets to play, you know?
That's a good way of putting it.
And it's only redeemable there. And I think it's going to turn into those multiple kind of sectors like that where, you know, well, I'm going to buy a certain amount of tokens with such and such corporation or whatever, and then I can redeem them at a certain value. I mean, it's going to be this whole more complex currency exchange insanity that's going to happen, man.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
I'm already observing the currency
what,
exchange because I trade on the Forex. We're trading on the Forex.
Well, can't you imagine it? Well, essentially, cryptocurrencies turning into something that, like between countries, the currencies change. You know.
Right.
So I'm saying in the future, I see like more like these cryptos as being like nation states with their own capital. Now, do you need all
No,
this?
no, it's not nation states. It's corporations.
Well, that's
And-
what
and
them
whatever
acting like
organization
nation.
has-
They're mimicking the nation state by being like, we are the state. We have what you want. We have the Libra coin. We have the Balls coin. We have the Beaver coin.
Right, you become your own corporation. There's this sci-fi novel I read fucking like 20 years ago called Snow Crash.
Awesome.
And it's about how basically the United States, the whole world, but it was focused on the U.S., the United States became broken down into controlled sectors by corporations. Even the mafia had its own sector. Like, they walk around with, like, codes, like, that say mafia on them, like they had their own thing. And, like, the United States government had become, like, a weaker federation that, like, oversaw all of this stuff. But every sector you went into was self-sufficient and self-governing, autonomous from you know, while within the United States, what's left of the United States government. It's a pretty cool book, man. You should check it out. It's called Snow Crash.
Nice, dude. I've heard of it. Yeah, we're at an hour now.
Till doomsday.
No, into the live stream. I'm gluing something together now.
I think Chris is might be watching.
I think he is too. As I see 2 viewers, but you know, I always see one viewer. I'm like, who is that? Me? Like, you know, I'm not. I don't have it open.
I'm not viewing it because I'm talking to you. I'm not trying to like do that. I'm talking.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean the chat's open. If anybody wants to jump in there and ask a question, say hi. We are here.
Come on, Chris, man. Start typing, man. Come on.
Be like, what's up? Yeah, I'm excited, man. I'm excited for the future because I just see that it's going to get more and more dystopian, and I see how uncomfortable people are with that, and I see how comfortable I am with it. Not that I want it to be that way, but you know, I'm aware to the point that like 1984 is not supposed to be like a you know, true to reality. It's supposed to be a fiction.
Right.
You know what I mean? But it becomes more and more like people are rabbit hole or memory hold all the time. And I'm like, this is just weird, man. And then they put somebody like O.J. Simpson back on Twitter. He's on Twitter making videos and shit.
Oh God, I saw that. Oh my God, dude, what the fuck?
And Justin Bieber is challenging Tom Cruise to fighting. This is all just to get attention. That's all that is.
It is, man. We're like children vying for attention.
Yeah, it's an attention-based economy. Hey, Chris said hi in the chat.
Man. So how can we make money off this? Damn it!
We are right now. We're starting to right now because Chris just said hi in the chat.
I think getting some songs released would be beneficial to you, sir.
Yeah.
They have like fucking like 300 songs.
I know.
Release 10 excellent ones and like, let's see what happens here.
I mean, that's what I did. I took like 25 of them to always play in the background of the live streams, sort of to brand it, like make it so that like if somebody cuts something out, it's got the music in the background. You can't really easily get rid of that shit.
Cool.
And it just tags it, you know, as something original. And then somebody can't take it for their own as easily, at least. It's like one defense from somebody just outright ripping what I'm doing, you know? That's cool. Yeah, I'm gluing together this star thing. I'll try to put it up to the camera. It's got some shininess to it. Man, I can't tell.
So I wanted to clarify for our streaming listeners, Chris included, that the sconce idea was I had erroneously, out of ignorance, informed Chris that the sconces were for the wedding ceremony, but you said it's for a business concept.
Yeah, I mean, I just like, I'm thinking of series of lights that I can make.
Okay.
And I could make 15 sconces all the same. And then be able to do it again, you know, very easily. But the idea would be to, you know, have different kinds of lights. And that's where I'm saying, like, certain ones I want to make. This, I don't know why the number 15 always comes up. Like, if I make 15 of the same light, then I have them in stock, you know what I mean? But I don't want to sell them unless somebody buys all 15. Even if they want one, well, you know, how much for one? Because I really am trying to unload these as a group.
Well, it's always easier to make a group of 15 into an even number with something else. You could add one and make it 16. You could double it, make it 30, an even number. So it's an even number for production value. It's actually pretty smart, man. Did you learn that shit in where'd you go to art school again?
University Arts.
University of Arts, that's what I thought.
Yeah. U of A.
U of A, man. U of A of Philadelphia, PA, motherfucker.
That's right.
Industrial design, was it?
That's correct, man.
So basically you were studying to become a corporate marketing designer or something?
Well, basically when I was in school, they were trying to preach
You were the one that taught me about planned obsolescence, actually, Paul.
Dude, they tried it. They taught us a lot of good shit, but they also taught us a lot of bullshit. Like, when I was in college. I don't even want to reveal when it was. It was quite some time ago. When I was there, they were trying to preach green design down our throats. But not a single one of the teachers had a green design job. So how are you supposed to be teaching me? Like, when you go to this art school, you're supposed to be being taught by people that are in the field. That's part of the deal.
And that are not biased.
No, well, this is what I'm saying. None of them knew anything about green design. So I took it to the dean as a student council president of the industrial design department. And I went to the dean and I said, you know, this isn't what I paid for. It says, you know, we're going to have working professionals in the field we're being taught. And these guys are talking to me about green design and collaboration all day. But this guy works in a design studio in Manhattan, does furniture. This guy does the exact same thing. This guy's an anthropologist. Why is he in the design department? This guy, this other guy made a quick buck on QVC with some crazy design, and now all the teachers suck his dick. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's stupid, dude. So I made the head of our department go on sabbatical, and what he did is he got a gas-powered RV and called that like sustainable living, so he could teach sustainable design when he came back off sabbatical.
A natural gas engines or something.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
It runs off propane, man.
Yeah, so what? You're not doing anything for the environment, for the world, doing that, being on sabbatical. Like, what he knew was, what's it called? Fiber optics.
Really?
And sure, I would have loved to have been taught some shit about fiber optics, but he ain't getting me a job in the fiber optics field.
Yeah, fiber's pretty cool, man.
I would love to say this guy's name on stream, but he has the most wicked-ass Italian name. It's almost like try to think of the most extreme, like, Italian name you can think of.
Scaramucciano.
I mean, it went right along with that, yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm just grabbing
Dude, man, I'm looking at, you know, I have that that gray astronomy painting or thing on the wall. Dude, the sunlight from the arch, the sunset light from the arch is like almost lining up with it, man. It's getting closer, man. I gotta send you a picture. It's Wi-Fi. Let's see. It's pretty cool.
Like, dude, you live in a beautiful spot in that neighborhood, dude. You're not just like...
It should go through. It's an Android network, so it won't go through. But since you're on the iPhone, we're basically bouncing through Apple's servers, and we're working off Wi-Fi. That's why we can have phone calls on Wi-Fi only. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, we're on Wi-Fi in my house, and I'm streaming, and I'm using the streaming software, and I'm on YouTube, and I'm on 3 social media pages. It's like, what the hell? I try to post the shit all over the place every time.
Oh, dude, I didn't tell you this funny story, man. Guess what I did Saturday night?
What's that?
I fucking got a Lyft ride over to Hidden River. I didn't realize what time it was. It was like 11:30.
Damn, dude, that's late.
Dude, they closed at like 10, right? Dude, I stormed in there like some maniac, and there's Doug like, what the fuck? I'm like, yo, Doug, man, what's up, man? My growler's filled. I brought my entire milk crate, all my growlers.
That's awesome. That is so awesome, dude.
And he's like, dude, I'm sorry we're closed. And I was like, well, fist pound, man. I gave him a fist bump, and I left at 11:30. He must have been like, what the fuck?
You got all your Lyft drivers like, what the fuck?
Yeah, my Lyft driver's name was Ping. He's from China. That was even better.
It's like, okay.
Dude, what a crazy night that was, man. Oh, God. I can never show my face again in fucking Hidden River.
No, you probably should, dude. You're probably one of the cooler people that actually shows up there.
You know, if I had the fucking forethought, I should have walked in casually with a fucking burning joint in my hand. Yo, Doug, man. You know he's a fucking stoner. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean,
his eyes are half closed every time we meet him, man.
I know a couple of the other people that work there, yeah.
Oh, dude, it's obvious. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
What a great job, though, man. You can just sit back and wait for your product to grow, basically. Just get baked all day. I mean, the fuck?
I mean, dude, it makes me want to start a brewery, too, man. But here's what it is, dude. What have you looked into Meow Wolf yet?
Meow Wolf?
Like Meow Wolf. Like wolf.
Like a cat meow and then wolf, like dog wolf?
Yep.
No, I have not, sir.
Well, if you did a quick Google search of the images, what I realized is that I can be my own Meow Wolf. Like, usually it takes...
Anybody can. It's
No,
the internet, man.
This is where I'm saying, like, these guys, they're doing great, and I'm really happy for them, but, like, what they're doing is, like, buying a strip mall and then, like, turning it into a playground for adults and kids.
Well, that actually makes a lot of sense, Paul, because what's happening with the decline of retail, a lot of these mall spaces are reinventing themselves now. So we have, like, big entertainment complexes and shit. So that makes perfect sense, actually.
Yeah, I mean, and it's really cool. But that's where I was realizing, like, where my skills are as a designer and an artist and a person that can, like, envision making a space looking real crazy.
Okay.
And I'm like, well, if I just do that and then start brewing beer there or whatever, or
okay,
say,
cool, man.
You get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, this is fucking awesome idea. So how much have you thought about this?
A lot, dude. I could go on and on.
And I know you have that journal. You always keep journals, man. It's something I always admired about you, which I should start doing myself, because I have these great ideas, but I don't write them down, and I forget about them. You keep journals. You keep, like, meticulous journals of, like, all of your art, your ideas, concepts.
I did it for nearly 10 years non-stop, right? And now I don't need to do it as much because literally my brain remembers the lists. I used to be able to just, like, write them down and then have to look at them. And now I just remember what I have on my list typically. Not everything, but...
Cool, man. That's fucking awesome, man. It's excellent.
Well, it's sort of like a language device.
So let's say hypothetically, let's say that, for example, the Coventry Mall near my house is like fucking, I mean, it's depressing as balls. Like, if you walk in there, it's like a fucking retirement community outing. It's fucking terrible.
Yeah.
But you know, certain stores have come in and, like, trying to, like, restructure. Like, this Gabe's, like, one of these, like, discount stores called Gabe's moved in there. Yeah. Like, there's, like, this escape room bullshit. Like, there's all... That's
what I'm saying. Like, escape rooms ain't got shit on me, dude. I'll make a room that you don't have to escape, that you can just have fucking fun in.
Well, let's look at this from, like, the higher level for a moment. So let's say this. So let's say that the Coventry Mall, the owners of that, whoever the fuck they are, I'm going to research who they are.
Okay.
I'm trying to find out.
That's smart.
And I'm going to figure... It might be owned by a real estate... trust, but I'll figure out what they are. But if you look at this, like, let's look at the cost for having, like, one storefront within the mall, and then we look at, like, well, if you were to take one of the bigger empty storefronts, one of the, you know, street-facing ones, and then put in, like, a brewery or a combination brewery, tavern, or build a beer garden outside, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
You know, get the whole green movement with, like, building, like, you know, dude, there's so much wasted parking lot space in Coventry Mall. You could easily fucking knock out, like, a fucking, like, I'm not really good with, you know, construction measurements, but I don't know how many feet or, like, you know, I don't fucking know.
Well, for example, Joe, there's a company...
Like, imagine if you knocked out, like 6,000 feet, okay? Like 6,000 square feet of a section out of the mall and into the parking lot and build a beer garden. You know, and, like, plant, like, you know, perennial plants, evergreens, like, put some fencing up, like, the structure, like, make it, like, an attraction to go to. You know, that's what I'm thinking about, man.
It's awesome. Well,
so you want to start a brewery, man? So
well, I want to actually what I want to start is a Bed and Breakfast Brewery, also known as a Bed and Brew.
That's awesome.
And Kayla and I want to do all that shit, that part of it. But what I'm really looking forward to now, and what I've really thought about a lot, especially in the past 3 months, is how I can make a space super memorable, super picture worthy.
Yes.
And all you got to do is get people to come in after that.
Like, holy shit, what a fucking cool place, man.
Right,
Holy
and then
shit.
that's how it starts
God.
for me. I need to make a place.
That makes sense.
I need to make a place really cool, essentially,
Exactly.
to look at. And I know I can do that. I'm on that track, dude. I'm building all the stuff now to make it that in the future. Like, if I had to do it now, I could fudge it, you know?
Fake it till you make it, baby.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if I had to do it now, I could fudge it. But I'll tell you what, if I had to do it a year from now, I could definitely do it. Because this is what I'm saying. I am at this point where I'm accumulating a lot of artwork. And it's getting easier and easier for me to make this stuff.
Well, if you thought about doing this as well, it might be easier if you found a section in Philadelphia, like an empty warehouse space, and then make a brewery out of it. When I was on WeFunder a while back, there was this startup in Germantown, of all places. Apparently, Germantown's becoming gentrified now too. Like, holy shit!
Yep.
I'm extremely out of touch with Philadelphia.
No, Germantown is like doing just fine right now.
But there's this new complex being built there. And I haven't looked into it recently, but there was a brewery startup. It was a guy and his wife, some hippie dude and his wife, like our age. I think they're actually younger than us even. But I wish I had to save my money for that to the goddamn Ulster that I invested in. But
Chris agrees with you. Fake it till you make it in the chat.
Yeah, see, Chris is listening, man. Hell yeah. See, Chris wants to do the same kind of streaming podcast stuff. He isn't. You guys should really talk more, man. He's really interested in like doing streaming and podcast stuff. Him and his friend Anthony have been like trying that stuff, and
that's good.
They're really interested in it, man. I think we all. I think at the wedding reception we should hang out. I think before then we all should hang out. Honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna have. I think it's the weekend of July 21st. I don't know if you're around. I was thinking about just having a party with you, Squints, Ali, and that would be basically my bachelor party or whatever. We all just get drunk, hang out, stream, whatever.
Like we can listen to Squints stand on a soapbox and spout some marketing campaign for a product that doesn't exist. Great times, man.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
I love Squints, man. He's fucking awesome. Dude.
He was supposed to come hang out. He said he was sick.
He's a fucking nutcase like me. That's why I love him so much.
Yeah. He said he was sick, so he didn't come and hang out tonight. But I was hoping to be streaming with him. But hey, man, you're on the mic.
Oh boy.
I literally have the speakerphone leaning against the condenser mic. So that you'll hear you. You know, I have a loud enough voice that I can talk over the music and shit. But are the volumes sounding okay? I don't know.
Chris should answer that.
He might. He might. He might. He's over there doing his thing. But yeah, streaming's fun, man. The more I do it, the more I want to do it. But that's the thing. You got to have something to do while you're streaming. You can't just like do nothing. You know what I mean? Like I'm sitting here moving, my hands are moving, they're on the screen. Like you can't. I wish I had the other cameras. That's the hardest thing actually with streaming is learning OBS, learning how to use the program that you use to stream with. You can set up all kinds of cool shit, man.
Sure, absolutely.
And I'm having serious trouble figuring it out. I'll be honest. I'm happy enough just to have a webcam up there and being able to have a mic in the room. But other people are like doing really serious transitions of camera work, and they're doing stuff with cartoons and sound effects and contributions through Streamlabs and all this other stuff that I plan on.
Did Didn't you ever make friends with people at U of A?
I mean, I'm still friends with
them. You gotta have some contacts, or people into all this different, not genres, but different modalities, if you will, of what you're speaking of right now.
Well, it's kind of like the curse of my life is that people just think I'm too weird and too much of a risk to work with.
Come on.
It's the truth, dude. It's like everybody always is like, I like him, but he's a little weird, and that's fine.
Dude, anybody that goes to an art school is a fucking weirdo.
Well, this is what I'm saying. So if I'm going to do my art, if I'm going to do my music, I just got to do it. I can't worry about who's watching, why they're watching, any of that shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if
I'm just saying, reaching out for resources, man, for contacts to further your goals.
Well, I've thought about going to the Career Services Center, but on top of that, this is just going back into the conversation.
Career Services Center?
Yeah, they have that at UArts.
Interesting.
I'm an alumni. They can help me.
You can recruit interns from there.
Right, and this is where I'm saying
I can get interns anything. That's the beauty of interns.
Well, here's the other thing. Like, just to go a little bit back in our conversation as well.
Okay.
Like, there's a builder that I know for whatever reason. I just know that these people would hire me. Right, and they're a builder of just breweries, dude. All they do is build breweries.
Okay.
And like, I thought about applying to that and seeing, what that company's about, and seeing if they would pay me more than I make right now, and that could give me all the experience to do that bed and brew thing.
Yeah, you were talking about this a while back. We'll do it.
A while back I was actually applying to breweries.
Okay.
And I was having trouble getting the interviews and all this shit, and that was okay. I mean, I was just trying to find a better job than being an electrician. And but now I see this one builder company, and I'm impressed by what they do. They do great work. They've done a lot of cool shit locally. They're based in media. Chris says the volume's good, pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, good enough. Hey, that's good enough's good for me right now. This is the beginning. I think the first 20 streams or something, they don't have to be professional quality. I don't need the green screen out. I don't need to have, scenes to transition from one to the other. You got to start somewhere.
Well, hey Ben, you're a big fan of Joe Rogan's podcast shit. So is Chris, man. You guys are really in love with this guy.
I don't really love him, but I do like the fact that
I'm just saying, that's a simple concept. It's basically like a radio studio with a video camera on it, and there's no flashiness going on. It's just two people talking.
Yeah.
But it's all about the quality of the content.
Well, he built up, dude. He's on his he's on 1,300 podcasts so far.
Wow.
You know what I mean? And this is because he got in right when live stream was a thing. It's still a website, but right when it started, he started doing this shit because he saw how this was going to all be, and he talks about it. And that's what I do like about him is that he opened up the door for a lot of other people to be like, well, what I do is stream worthy, is podcast worthy, is camera worthy, is recording worthy, however you want to put it.
You're inspired.
Well, he's not the only one. Now I watch all these YouTubers and I'm like, damn, dude, I could be as good as them, if not better. Give me time. There's all these people that they have content that is so intentionally edgy. I don't know why they ever think they would succeed doing what they're doing. They intentionally are stirring the pot, hoping people will listen to them. And that's not what people really want.
I don't know, it seems pretty pervasive in our fucking on-demand, short attention span society at this point. But
people want something they can
believe in.
Yeah, they can engage with. If I talk back, if I say something, and
something they're a part of as well.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's got to be participatory.
Yes.
And this is where I'm saying Joe Rogan's way beyond being able to participate with his audience. You know what I'm saying? He don't participate with it. He doesn't even know what his audience wants anymore. He's had a couple guests on recently that people like have hated, dude. And it's like, you know, I don't care who he has on, but he doesn't have enough foresight now to even real. He's not, dude. He's worth millions. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're gonna be a little bit detached from the common man at that point. Even if you were raised like a normal person, that kind of money just absolutely changes your. It's life-changing money. They talk about it, you know, in entrepreneurship. Life-changing money.
I understand what that means.
Yeah. And like, I hope in my life I have life-changing money so that I can be an inspiration to other people. Yes, I do want that. I'll be honest. It's not like I want the money for money's sake. I want to be able to influence people and help people.
Exactly, dude. How many times have I stated this, man? I've stated this again and again. Dude, in order to work, to affect change in our capitalistic system, we have to become capitalists.
I mean, I'm not against capitalism.
Look at all these, look at all these wealthy donors and shit. Even back in history, the wealthy fucking oil barons and all those guys that built the country, when they died, they were like donating all their fucking money back into the system. It's crazy, man. And I would like to see more of that go on. Bill Gates, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has done a lot of that.
Yeah, look at the Nobel Prize, dude.
I'd like to see Jeff Bezos do more of that. He's done a little bit of that, putting back into the system, but he needs to do more, in my opinion. But
yeah,
you know,
he really should. And the Walmart motherfuckers too. And Bill Gates, definitely. Bill Gates is on some eugenics shit, man. He for real.
Oh God, I don't know about any of this. What is this about, man? Explain.
Just look at what his programs are doing in Africa, man. He's trying to get people to take some pretty nasty shit, man. And I'm not gonna even name the name of what it is. You know what I mean? Because I don't really care. I'm sure I would. I'll just put it that way. All right, I was vaccinated.
I haven't researched any of this, dude. Is this conspiracy theory stuff?
Well, here's a little bit. Let me go into it a little. All right.
Okay.
Conspiracy theory number one. What is the measles? Measles is commonly known as the chicken pox. Right? And when I was...
No, it's a different strain of the virus. It's a different virus.
I don't know, dude. As far as I know, I'd have to look it up for sure. But let's just say it is... Let's say that measles is chicken pox. Let's just say it, for the sake of argument.
Okay.
Measles is chicken pox. People used to get the measles, just deal with it, and then not have it anymore. You get it once, and then you're immune.
But a lot of people have long-standing nervous system damage and death because of it, whereas chickenpox doesn't do that to you. Now, what is fucked about chickenpox, though, to your point in a sense, my former boss went through the shingles. So anybody that had chickenpox, there's a 1 in 3 chance when you get older you'll get fucking shingles.
I have a feeling I will, dude. I have that feeling. Because I got
don't think it that way, but what I'm saying is it fucking attacks your nervous system. It can kill you, man. It can paralyze it. It can fuck you up really bad.
Yep.
Any virus can, man. You know what's funny? I was watching this really cheesy-ass fucking sci-fi movie last night called Absalom. Made in 2003. It starred Christopher Lambert, the guy from Highlander.
Yeah.
Fucking Lou Diamond Phillips was in it as like one of like the evil agents of this global conspiracy. Fucking Ron Perlman was the guy that owned the corporation. Basically, what happened is
Chris would like to add herpes.
Okay, so in this movie, because of our constant slash and burn of the rainforest, we unleashed this ancient virus that spread to humanity. Now, what's funny about this is that several months ago, I read an article about because of global warming and how the polar ice caps are melting, there are now ancient viruses and bacteria and fungi that are being re-released into the atmosphere.
I believe it.
There's like ancient viruses that our ancestors died a long time ago, and some of them, sure, maybe some of them developed immunity, and we passed those genes on to our current state now. At least some of them died off because of it. But now this ancient virus that we're no longer immune to is now rearing its head again. And this fucking cheesy ass movie I watched last night was about that basically. I was like, oh my god. Dude, this movie was pretty terrible actually. I would advise watching it really high once and that's it.
If you look at it, dude, there's currently an outbreak of Ebola in Africa. Currently.
Yeah, that keeps going up and down, I know.
And most people don't know that.
Well, most people are listening to podcasts and streaming online and Facebook and shit, man.
Dude, I already promoted it on the stream, you know what I mean? I just hope that one day, maybe, like, see, that's the other thing I think about, is, like, maybe what we're talking about right now isn't for right now. Maybe it's for 10 years from now. Right? And it might seem far-fetched, but say my niece is now 17 instead of 7. You know what I'm saying?
What kind of world are you leaving her with?
Right. And am I leaving her with more of myself, or am I leaving her with no alternative but the mainstream?
Well, at least you're trying to affect change, sir.
Yeah, I mean, there's something I can do, and maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong, maybe it's not good, maybe it's...
Paul, you actually told me once, well, Joe, you can at least be a voice.
That's right.
And there you go, man. I agree with that. It's pretty prolific, sir.
Dude, I mean, there is no problem. Especially if you got somebody to listen to you. I'll listen to you. I'll listen to just about anybody. If they say something, I'll be like, all right, I'll entertain that thought. I'll be like, okay.
All right, Squints.
No, but Chris said it's for the AIs consuming all digital media. Now, AI is already in the works. It's already happening. These algorithms know what I want to watch on YouTube before I do.
You should have. I was there at a medical conference back in January at Cedars-Sinai Hospital in LA, and I saw this amazing presentation about AI. It's fucking insane. And I should have pulled my fucking phone out and recorded it. I've been trying to find this guy's. It's this Asian kid. He's like fucking like 26 years old. He's some like genius radiologist maniac, and he's like top in his field AI. Dude, it was fucking insane, man.
It's coming.
And what I remember about the AI stuff in the presentation is how we don't perceive things. Like AI will not take things linearly as we think. We always look for like a consequence. Like we do one thing and something happens from this. There's a reaction response. There's a constant flow. With this AI stuff, man, I was seeing it putting together connections that were so far flung from each other of what we would think linearly as human beings. And it brought me back to thinking a good friend of mine, remember him as well, named Tommy Devereaux.
Yeah.
He was a fucking genius, man, and he was so genius he's a fucking lunatic. We know this, you know?
Yeah, I remember.
And dude, the stuff that he was talking about AI shit back in the day, dude, it goes back to fractal theory. Chaos theory and fractals. Tom was really into fucking fractal stuff, man. He would sit there in fucking BASIC. He would fucking write stuff in assembly language and put it in BASIC, and he'd fucking write fractal theory. I'm like, Tommy, what is this? Like, it's fractal, chaos theory. I mean, what the fuck is chaos theory? Well, from what I understand, chaos theory is that we as human beings, okay, as we perceive things, we can't see the big picture because there are so many variables in the entire construct of the universe. Just our universe alone. I mean, it goes beyond the multiple universe theory, all kinds of crazy stuff. But just our universe alone, for argument's sake here, there are so many moving parts and so many factors and variables that we can only perceive so much. But something like AI technology is going to basically take how our brains function already. That's what AI is based on. It's based on our neural networks. And it's basically showing that how much our neural networks are actually underutilized.
Yeah.
When they say we only use like 50% of our brain or where the fuck it is, it's true. And it's like what's going to happen is we're going to see like these connections maybe we wouldn't think. But it's putting together dots in this huge construct So it's basically AI is basically us creating a way to understand the
You
universe
ever heard
better.
of the concept of wisdom of the crowd?
Wisdom of the crowd?
Yeah, you never heard that term before?
No, I don't know what that
Let
means.
me give you a quick explanation. Say you're at a state fair, right? And 100 people guess what. The 100 people guess how many gumballs are in the jar.
Sure.
And the AI would be able to, already within 100 people guessing, it would be 80% accurate of how many gumballs are in the jar. Now you put 1,000 people in there, it's at like 94%.
It's more accurate.
Right, and then you put 10,000, it's literally like on the money, dude.
Right.
So this is how AI works. It knows what we don't know because it tangentially works like a brain unimpeded. You know what I mean? It's like a Borg or
without emotional complications of the animal nature of
they don't need to envision this. They don't even need to envision the state fair or the gumballs. They just know.
Well, we'll see what happens, man.
Yeah.
I can tell you from my perspective, the AI stuff that I'm witnessing every day with the radiology, the CAT scan shit. CAT scan technology, the algorithms developed, the AI, it's detecting more than a radiologist can see, and that's scaring radiologists. I mean, radiologists are already fucking overpaid to begin with, dude. The average radiologist, Paul, makes $300K a year.
Woo!
Oh yeah, I mean that's and dude, they sit in a fucking dark room all day reading cases. They look at a computer screen reading fucking CT scans. $300,000 a year. And also, what's kind of fucked up too is that a lot of these cats are not retiring. These old codgers, man, like they're 60s, 70s, 80s, they're not retiring. So they're basically fucking up the up and coming wannabe radiologists from getting into practice. they're holding on.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, back to the AI stuff. A lot of these radiologists are scared to death of AI, man. They're scared to death because they think it's going to take away their jobs, man.
It probably will.
No, but here's the realization of this. It's not going to, because here's what happens when you're a radiologist and you're like, let's say you do a scan for a heart condition, right? So you do a scan of thorax, bang, there's a heart, you see plaque, oh, your circumflex is 45% occluded, blah, blah, blah. But then you notice it's called incidental findings. Oh, there's a lung nodule over here. Potential lung cancer. What is this? However, as a radiologist, you only have so much time and focus on your particular diagnosis that you will not spend the time to observe these other ailments that could be lingering in the body, these incidental findings. With AI will find all of these findings. AI will go through and say, okay, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lung nodules here. Oh, you have artery build up here in this certain artery, the fucking left ascending, blah, blah. But that then frees up the radiologist's time to like, wait a second, let me look more into this current ailment I'm looking at. Maybe I can devise more time, like see, oh, there's more depth to this artery blockage, because I'm not looking at these other ailments and not finding them in the first place. So many radiologists are fucking horrified of AI, but it's actually going to make them even more money in the long run.
I believe it.
And it's going to save more lives.
I hope so. I mean, technology, you're talking about Joe Rogan earlier. He made an argument, and he keeps saying it. And so I understand why he keeps saying it, but I don't totally agree with it. But he's basically saying all humans do is make things better. You know what I mean? Like, we understand.
We think we do.
Well, no. Technologically is what I'm talking about. Right? We didn't have CAT scans fucking 40 years ago. We had no idea how to do that. So
no, we did.
well, you get what I'm saying. 50.
I know
I
what
don't
you
know.
mean, man.
Whenever it was that it became like commercially able to be used by doctors, that's when it was able to be known by the public. You know what I mean? Nobody knew about it before then.
Yeah. Oh man, my buddy Rob was just calling through. I gotta answer his call. He's all stressed out. Dude, he's driving a coach bus back from JFK. Dude,
Fuck.
he left at 11:30 this morning, and he just arrived at JFK at 4 o'clock. There's all these accidents and chaos going on.
That sucks.
And I was like, Rob, good thing you weren't leaving from Philly.
Yeah, really.
Fucking refinery plants, dude. So can I give you a call back in a little bit? Like
Yeah, I mean, like, it's all good, dude. I'm just chilling, making art here, doing my thing.
All right, cool, man.
All right, man. Peace.
All right, lit.
So, I am gluing together stuff. And it's just me here. Take a bunch of these guys right there. Then you just keep gluing them on. Put the music back up.
Yo, dude.
Squints!
How's it going, man?
Not much, man. You're on the stream, dude.
Give me one moment. I'm gonna try to get my Bluetooth.
Bluetooth. That's named after some English king or something because he ate too many blueberries. Don't eat too many blueberries. You get Bluetoothed.
Bluetooth? Yeah, you gotta watch out for that Bluetooth.
That's what it's from. You knew that? I'm not kidding you. It's a rune,
Bluetooth
dude.
is
If you look
named
at
after
the
a Nordic
Bluetooth
Viking
symbol,
guy.
if you look at the Bluetooth symbol, it's a rune.
Right, it's named after a Nordic Viking.
Okay, Nordic. Sorry, I thought it was English shit. All right.
Yeah, no, it was developed in like Sweden or Norway or something like that, or Finland. And it's based off of like King Bluetooth, which was an old Nordic king.
Yeah, because he had blue teeth.
Very potentially.
No, definitely. He ate too many goddamn blueberries, so many that he turned his teeth blue. Fucking Bluetooth. Yeah, I just talked to Joe for a long while on the stream. I've been streaming an hour and 40. Huh? Are you there?
There we go.
All right. I've been streaming for an hour and 45 minutes. I've been making art this whole time.
Nice, dude.
And I got the camera there, and I'm just, I talked to Joe for a while about all kinds of bullshit. Do you think that the refinery shit could be some kind of conspiracy at all?
I mean, what do you mean by that?
It wasn't my first thought, but like sort of an attack on the grid to make the oil prices higher and all this shit. Because what I heard was it was a vat of butane that exploded, dude.
Yeah, that's what I heard too. But, I mean, there was a small fire there last week. It could just be negligence.
Huh. That was a good rip.
It could be the people were overworked and understaffed, you know?
Yeah, a little bit.
But do I think that the people who are in charge are going to try to, like, cover it up and act like it's not that bad? Absolutely.
Oh yeah, dude. When I drove to work this morning, the air quality was terrible. You could see this black cloud over the whole city. It was so weird.
Yeah. I'm wondering if that's maybe why I got a little bit sick or not. But I doubt it. I mean, I'm not that. You're closer to it than I am.
Dude, the fact that I did not wake up really surprises me because when I saw some really good footage of the explosion and shit, that was huge, dude. That wasn't a small.
No, that was a huge fucking explosion.
Right. It lit up the sky, all that shit. And I'm like less than a mile from the fucker.
Yeah, I know. I mean, at least you have the river right between you, or no, you don't?
No, it's directly south of me, like a mile and a half, maybe.
Yeah. You know, they said the people in South Jersey woke up from it.
Well, yeah, it was heard all over Philly, that's for sure. I just can't believe I didn't wake up.
Yeah, neither did I. But I mean, I've been so out of it lately. Like, I don't know, like, I couldn't really eat much yesterday, and then today I was able to eat a little bit, but like, man, I have a stupid fever. My brain's all dumb.
Yeah, it sounds like you're at a playground.
No, that's just the wild children outside of my house on the street.
No, I'm not bitching about it.
No, I'm saying I'm a little irked because I can't like take a nap with that going on. I try to sleep and I can't because they're just freaking all the time. And that, you know what, the kids and they're playing and God love them, but you know.
Well, what I realized is when no one's here, I shouldn't use that as an excuse to not stream, and I'll do an art stream. Right, and that's art stream doesn't mean that I can't call people and talk to them. But when people are here, it's the Bub Life podcast.
Nice.
And we can all have code names and all that shit. Even though it'll be pretty, you know, we'll slip from time to time.
I mean, Squints is fun enough, dude. It's not like anybody really knows.
No. But here's what it is. Like, because we did it. If you actually watch the first two Bub Life podcasts, they're pretty good, dude. I was surprised at how good they were. One is with me, Ali, and Kayla, and it's awesome, dude. But we are Pooby and Lubbins and Otter Scoops, you know. And then when Keith was here, we were just goofing like we usually do, just talking about all kinds of weird shit. He was DJ Keyline Pie.
Oh, that's right.
Right, so this is what I'm saying. It's all so goofy that it just is like, it's more fun for me to stream like that when people are here because I can make art still, but also engage with people, and it's not just me standing in front of a camera. If people just watch me like this, they'd be like, oh, he's just an attention whore. He wants people to watch him. Well, that's not really the whole purpose here. I mean, there's more to it than just like, oh, I want people to watch me. You know?
Well, I mean, listen, you're doing a thing. It's not like you're like grabbing people's eyeballs and shoving them at the screen. You know, there's people who might be interested, and you're giving them an avenue to you know, people are curious. That's what it's there for.
Yeah.
You know, people like all sorts of things. There's enough people that you know in real life that like your shit, so let the internet see it. You know.
I mean, even if the people I knew in real life put on the stream and didn't listen to it, it would help with the analytics and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, dude.
people can watch it, you know?
Do you have it on like Facebook or something like that?
I posted on Facebook, Twitter, and a couple other social media sites, yeah. Dude, I'm still trying to figure out fucking Reddit. I can't get that shit.
It takes a minute, like, and but I'll help you set it up next time I'm over. I'll come over
You
early
did
next
help me
week.
set it up. I just don't understand the shit.
No, I know, but there's a little bit of work you have to put into it just to get it set up so you're not just seeing like all the different trash.
Yeah, I mean, like, I tried to post this stream into the art thread. I don't know if it worked, but I tried.
Well, sometimes you need to have a certain amount of like karma to post in certain subreddits. Other times, like, so yeah, it just depends on like how open the subreddit is.
Right.
You know, like sometimes if it's your first post, it needs to be moderated first, and then then after it's moderated, that then you might not need to be as closely moderated.
Right.
But there's like side rules to all the different subreddits, and so like you should read before you post. Most people don't, but they're trying to get good Reddit credit shit. You would read before you post, just to see, because some threads are like you can post other people's work, but not your own and shit like that. Some Reddits try to cut down on self-promotion. Others, that's the point of the Reddit.
Yeah, I kind of want to be in that realm better, for me right now.
Yeah, I mean, like, electronic music is a good one, and then also Listen to This. That's a really good one. That'd be a good place to post some of your music once you get it up.
All right.
I don't know, man. My brain's like mush.
Yeah, I understand, dude. I've had a week too. I just keep thinking, man, I'm gonna keep making stuff, and I want to make like the Philly Meow Wolf and shit, like the stuff we've been talking about. But all I can do is prepare for it and have a bunch of stuff already made that I can just put into place,
Yep.
And I'm getting there, dude. I mean, like little bit by little bit. Today, it took everything for me to not like sneak in a bunch of my work, man. I did all work today for the company. You know what I mean? I didn't even do a little bit of my stuff,
Well, that's dope.
I mean, the stuff that I do for the company's great too, dude. Believe me, it's good practice for me. It's a good experience. But it's where it's like, in the end, it's not for me,
I can hear you on that.
It's for my boss.
I think you do something long enough and you get bored with it.
We were talking about that, and I've thought about it. It's like, it's not just that I'm bored. I was challenged by it, but I'm not as challenged by it now.
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean by being bored. It's like you're just going in there and going through the motions.
Yeah.
And you want something that has you like, there's certain times when you do think and you have to construct stuff and you like that, but like, pretty much you know what you're doing there at this point.
Yeah. It's fun, dude. I'm working on Odessa, Texas right now still. And like, I mean, like, it's like real repetitive work, but this is the funny thing. It's like, once they set me straight with what I actually have to make and what I actually have to do, it's a piece of cake for me, man. And it's always has been, but now they can't ask, unless they're going to ask me to weld, they can't even ask me to do something I don't know how to do.
Well, I mean, it's just going to take you longer to figure it out. If it's something like, splicing jeans, that's definitely out of the question. But if they want you to do something that's a skill you don't have yet, you should be able to learn it, but you need time to.
Yeah, I mean, Odessa's cool, man. I hope they're redesigning this thing for Florida, and it's a bunch of glass, and I'm like super happy about that. You know what I mean? I don't know why the working with glass stuff has been like cathartic. It's been good,
I mean, it's a good. You're doing a lot with it, especially with the laminate and stuff like that. Like you're making some pretty cool, different artistic structures.
Yeah. It's coming together, man, because I'm just seeing how easily I can make work, you know what I mean? And now I just go in when I can and do it,
Yeah, man, you're breaking up pretty bad, but I hear you.
Yeah, all I hear is the screaming of the kids on your end, too.
Well, yeah, let me give you a call back around like 9 or 10 when these kids go to sleep.
Alright, man, I might still be streaming, who knows?
Alright, dude. I'll catch up with you later, man.
Alright, peace.
Love you, dude.
Love you, peace. totally crazy over at that house. Put the music back up. Let's do that. gosh, it's falling. Alright. I'm just about done. I can't even. I painted the edges as 16 or no 18, like 20 pieces. I talked to people on the phone for the first couple hours, but now I'm just straight hungry. No way I can keep going. It's been a good Friday night. ArtStream number 3. NonConStreamist. Peace out, yo.